setengah-setengah. Order the Rainbow Municipal Water District regular board of directors meeting for August 27th, 2024. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Vice President Johnson,
Present.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Townsend Smith,
Here.
and for the record, Director Dale is absent. Thank you.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions, deletions, amendments to the agenda?
None from staff.
Anybody else? Nope. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as published? So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Johnson. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Public comment. Any person may address the board at this time on any subject not identified on this agenda. I have one request from a Dwayne Urquhart. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Okay. Who would like to address us on agricultural water rates, I believe. We basically have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin my comments, can I find out who, if any of the board members are commercial farmers or growers? None?
I was for 450 trees, no longer with that, but now I am a small business ag owner.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Members of the board, Dwayne Urquhart, second generation avocado farmer. And I was very much concerned and very active, along with a lot of other farmers, in the LAFCO hearings and helping with the de-annexation. Because based on my lengthy experience in farming and agriculture, the water costs are frankly becoming a major issue for sustaining agriculture. Our original farms were in FPUD predominantly, and I moved them down into the Rainbow District about 40 years ago because Rainbow was considered to be more pro-agriculture. And at that time, I believed that to be true. One of the reasons that myself and a number of the farmers got involved in the LAFCO hearings was because the San Diego County Water Authority situation was untenable. We had to do something in order to try and sustain or obtain lower rates. So we were successful. And I will tell you that about 95% of the speakers that were involved in those hearings were farmers, not residential users. So part of the expectation was that when we succeeded in getting that approved, is that we would be experiencing relief and immediate relief. We have been on basically survival mode for the last couple of years, pushing to try and get this accomplished. We were fortunate that we had a relatively wet winter. And so now water prices and bills have only come into focus more recently as we've been watering in the lake. So case in point, I happen to have two identical size, ironically, 15-acre groves, one in FPUD still, and one in Rainbow. Same number of trees, basically, in the lake, same soils, so forth, same irrigator, same farmer. My FPUD water bill was $3,100 last month. Still too much, but in comparison, my Rainbow water bill was $4,100, okay? At least 25 or 30% higher. In addition to which, the fixed cost on my bill are double what exists in FPUD. My concern is that FPUD has taken actions to try and provide some relief to its agriculture and grower community. And I don't see that being manifest in my water bills and the like. I have a 10-acre grove that was near me 2 blocks away that's been there for 30 years that is gone. My concern is not only losing other agriculture growers, but losing my own growth. And I am concerned that the issue of water costs in agriculture, as it relates to agriculture, is being inadvertently swept under the carpet. And this needs to be done, something needs to be done about this immediately. My specific request, I'm not sure how you're going to do it, but my request is to roll our rates back to January, effective the Eastern municipal rates that we were expecting, and to reduce the fixed costs, to the Eastern municipal rates as well, and provide a credit to us and the like for our efforts, because our efforts in helping that de-annexation weren't just for agriculture. That's helping all the residents of both of these districts and the like. And we were expecting to be able to receive the benefit of our hard work. And I respectfully request that you take this under consideration quickly and actively and come up with an action plan to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other requests for speaking? Ahmed?
We have one phone caller, but they have not.
Issued a request?
But this
Okay.
gentleman.
Just into what Dwayne said. Sir, can we-
You need to speak into the mic for the minutes.
In addition to price, I'm very concerned about.
Can you state your name for the record, Rick?
Oh. Oh, that's right. You guys have moved some chairs around since I was here last before COVID. Rick Carey, southern part of your district here, south of Gopher Canyon Road, 12 acres, avocados, 30 years. I should know better by now. Down to about 800 trees post Delta smelt, 30% mandatory water cuts. So price is clearly a problem. I'm shocked at the water quality right now. Lake Skinner, according to Metropolitan's Table D, which thank you for hosting that on your website, has reverted to 80% Colorado River water. And this goes back months. And the last conversation I had with old what's his name that was here before Jake, they had shut off Met had shut off the Colorado River, and all this rain and Diamond Valley, and we were trying to get Skinner back to a reasonable mix, at least 50-50. The chlorides are as high as I've ever seen them at 102. It's fatal for avocados. I know it's out of your league, but we can't stay silent on this. I'm also lobbying the County Board of Supervisors and the Water Authority to write a letter to Met and go, what's up with the blend? That's a big, maybe we go nowhere, but we can't stay silent. So, thank you for your time. And I didn't do a speaker slip. And I'd be happy to have a reduced bill.
Thank you, Rick. Employee recognitions.
Yes, we have one this month, Amanda Constant, our district services rep. And Amanda started 5 years ago. This is her 5 years. Started as a customer service rep and quickly became our district services rep, saw the opportunity. And it is a great spot. It's actually a department that I supervised elsewhere. And it's such a unique position because you deal with so many different things, meter applications and downsides. I mean, anything that a customer wants to do, it kind of goes through Amanda, and she's that hub between engineering and finance and meters. And it's a really big job, typically not done by a single person in my experience, but she does a fantastic job for us. And yeah, really happy to have her. She's become really a go-to person in that department. And so happy to celebrate her. She's also a local Fallbrookian And so I think that helps. She kind of has a, her finger on the pulse of our customer base and kind of understands the lay of the land. So I think that helps in that position too. I always thought too that, in a position like this, you really get to know the ins and outs of the business. And so makes you a very dangerous person. But anyways, congratulations, Amanda. Come on up.
Uh, Committee meeting summaries. Budget and finance did not meet. Engineering and operations is coming back into the room. Clint, can you give us a report?
Happy to. President, members of the board, the Engineering and Operations Committee met on,
August 6th.
I've got here, August 6th. And there were a number of items that we considered. It looks like 3 of them are on your calendar today, and the committee voted, I think unanimously, to recommend that all 3 of these items be approved by you. That would be item number 10C, the emergency pipeline work on Gopher Canyon Road. We had a very good discussion and presentation on that. It was very, very informative. We had a very long and good discussion about item 10D, which is termination of agreements with Utility Services Group. And there were a number of points of view there, but ultimately the committee came to the view that as a next step, moving to terminate the agreement would be in the best interest of the district, and that's why we recommend that you move forward with that. And then item 10E, an amendment to the administrative code concerning connection and meter charges, we felt was not only a good program, but it was frankly long overdue. And I think everyone knew that. And so that was the Budget and Finance Committee did not meet in the month of August. That's customary. Rick can probably tell you if we're going to meet in September because they're in the middle of audit stuff. And normally we don't meet in July and August while they're doing audit stuff. So we'll find out from him about that. So if you have any questions about the items I raised from the Engineering and Operations Committee, I'd be happy to answer them. None? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Communication Customer Service Committee.
Yes, the committee did meet last Tuesday, August 20th. There was an update on the crop swap program. We have a total of 54 submissions for those grant applications. And 10 of the top 2 rebate types are crop conversions, and which are 10 and 18 avocado rootstock projects. The average property size is between 1 to 5 acres, with one project had 80 acres. And of the 54 applications that have been submitted, 33 are approved, and 13 are in the pre-inspection review process. So that's all very good. We're still sort of leading the program. I think it's over $400,000 in approved projects so far, which is great. Josh also gave an update on the customer service call metrics. It's our quarterly update. From May 2023 to May of 2024, our hold time decreased from over a minute to 38 seconds. So great job from the customer service team on that. They did have an increase in calls in May and June due to the anticipated, rate increases and questions. But those have started to go down a little bit. We had community event updates. The Thoroughbred Lift Station ribbon cutting is scheduled for next Wednesday, September 4th at 9 a.m. And then on the fifth, we have some committee members and board members and staff going down to tour the East County Advanced Water Purification Project, which is currently under construction. So that'll be interesting to see. In terms of newsletter planning, this month's newsletter included an update on the Water Authority's Pipeline 5 relining project that they came and presented to the board last month. So customers are informed about that. Some emergency preparation information, how to update contact information and important resources like following fire updates and evacuation maps and things like that, and water efficiency landscaping. And then the review of public communications and media. There was articles related to the Bonsall Community Park easement, our budget, announcements of the water poster contest winners made it into the village news, board approval of the rates, LAFCO updates, and Justin, one of our construction employees, was honored by North County Fire Protection District for coming in on a Saturday and fixing their backflow that had been hit by a vehicle that kind of ran into their landscaping and tore out their irrigation. So he came in on a Saturday while he was on standby and got it fixed in a couple hours for him. So there was a nice little appreciation for him. I think he got his own challenge coin from them at their board meeting, and it was featured in the village news. Pretty much wraps up the communications committee meeting.
Thank you, Carlene. Consent calendar, approval of the July 23rd, 2024 regular board meetings and notice of completion and acceptance of minor facilities constructed by customers. If there are no objections, we can essentially, is there a motion to accept these items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? Action items. 10A, consider a notice of completion acceptance for Lift Station 1 Replacement Project Phase 1.
I'll let Mr. Williams give you some details, but this has been a while coming. But we did start up and commission the Thoroughbred Lift Station over the last month or so. Everything is up and running. It's running well, even with the power outage yesterday. If you saw the power outage, it automatic over to backup power and kept churning along. So yeah, so everything's running really well. It's
A real life test.
the real life test. Yeah, we got one yesterday. And it is providing some relief along our sewer system. It's balanced some flows. Obviously it's bypassing the old Lift Station 1, which was very small and cycled quite often and things like that. So it's kind of really smoothed out those flows, and they're seeing kind of less of those peaks in areas that were impacted before capacity wise. So Chad, I don't know if you want to give some details on that, but
Yeah, most of the board is very well versed on the project. We're almost 3 years to the month on when we broke ground out there to when we're filing the notice of completion should the board choose to accept it. Our original construction contract with our general contractor, J.W. Fowler, was for $15,181,157. 11 change orders later, a couple of those were credits back to the district. We ended the project totaling $16,541,487. So we did very well. It is up and running. Yeah, 16. It is up and running. We completed a 30-day pump test with no issues. So if the board again does choose to accept this motion, we will file the notice of completion with the County of San Diego, and we will be in our 1-year warranty phase with the project.
Cool. Any questions?
I have one question. Actually, a couple questions.
It's why we didn't put it on consent. We thought there might be some questions on this one.
I thought, again, I haven't been by there in probably the last couple of weeks, but I thought it was going to have some landscaping around the whole outside of it.
So we put some 3/4 decorative rock around from the sidewalk to the wall, and then there's some sort of like an ivy plant growing up the wall as well.
Okay, and then the bare soil. What are you going to do about that?
On the exterior,
Yeah, on the outside, from the building towards I guess it'd be the sidewalk.
That was covered with some decorative 3/4 inch rock
All of it?
on two sides of it that are seen from the street. Yes.
The
Okay.
street signs.
Because my only suggestion was any area that bare dirt, I mean, you can typically get it free from like Davy Tree, the wood chips, because that'll, not only does it look nice, but it keeps down the weeds.
Yeah. If you drive by, Robert, did we do like a burgundy colored rock? Yeah, it's a burgundy colored rock. It looks really good. Then you have the ivy going up the wall.
Okay.
At the driveway to enter that site, we own that entire parcel. And so to alleviate some, what we believe to be some future illegal dumping, we're going to install a pipe gate out there. So you won't be able to drive in unless you have one of our keys to get through the gate. And then to enter the site itself, not only the large block wall, but then there's an electrified gate there as well.
And there'll be a camera there too. I thought we were talking about that or no?
There's
Already.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm curious. We had a real event of our failure.
Yes.
What is the procedure or action plan? So the team here knows, like, what's happening and what to do.
Well, we have a operations and maintenance plan, which we keep there. Robert and the operations staff also have, but as Jake said, when the power went out, when SDG&E power went out, there's what's called an automatic transfer switch. The generator automatically knows and it kicks on at full bore. So it kicks on and staff can go out there and double check. I think our general manager was stuck in traffic, so detoured on his way in to make sure that it was running. But yeah,
So it's automatic, no
Correct.
need for
For
personnel to
personnel,
get there.
correct.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. And do we have solar or some kind of backup? to
Nope.
Also support
It's a diesel emergency
just
generator.
Diesel generator.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And not all of our sites will have that automatic transfer switch. Some are manual. And in that event, we know there's a power outage at that site. We go out there, we physically turn on the generator.
So no complications.
No, it works. It worked perfectly in a real life emergency situation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Say, Chad, then you just mentioned,
And it was out for quite a while.
it was.
you mentioned that this one's automatically transfers over, and then you mentioned others don't.
Correct.
Is there a reason why we don't have them all automatic?
On all of the new facilities we are constructing, we are doing automatic transfer switches, but on some of the old ones, some of them don't even have the manual transfer switches. Sometimes our electricians have to physically go out. Exactly. We've done that presentation where they wear those fireproof suits to do it. So in those cases, due to some of the technology or cost of the project, we do a manual transfer switch. It's also due to likelihood, consequence of failure. Many determining factors go into which one we're going to choose to do.
And do those sites also have backup generator?
Not all of our sites have emergency backup generators. We are getting closer to fulfilling that number, but we are not at 100%.
Okay.
Any other questions? Is there a motion
So moved.
I'll second.
for option one?
Yes.
Moved by Director Johnson, who was the second?
Second.
Director Max was the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item 10B, consider approval and notice of completion and acceptance of the Huntley Gomez and McGee Pump Station Emergency Generators Project.
Take it. All right. So we chose to do two separate notice of completion memos, even though the same general contractor performed this work, it did have its own funding source with its own project number. And so the invoicing, when we were coordinating with financing, we would show the different percentages done. For transparency purposes, we chose to just do two separate notice of completions for the board today. So this goes back way back when the district got its first Cal OES grant of $300,000. We purchased the two Kohler generators. They sat in our lower yard for quite a while, if the board recalls. During the supply chain issues, Kohler actually said, if you want to keep these in production, you owe us another $100,000 to do it. And the board opted to pay that difference way back when. Those are now in place. They're at the Gomez and Huntley pump station and the McGee pump station. We used part of this 300,000 for those two generators. Other parts of that 300,000 went for the heli hydrant for some electrical components there, and to the Sumac radio tower battery backup that we did. So the funds were allocated elsewhere. J.W. Fowler, via a change order to its original contract on the LS1 replacement project, did perform this work with its sub Southern Electric. So it was the same contractor doing both, but Both of those generators are in as well. They were actually online before the LS1 project was done. However, since it was all tied together, we're taking the notice of completion now.
What is the life of these generators from Kohler?
That's a great question.
We have some that have been out there for a very long time.
The Generac ones,
Yeah.
and these are far better.
30 plus
Mhm.
years. That's probably not ideal.
Right.
But you figure, you get a good 20-year life out of it.
At least 20?
Yeah.
We would definitely hope to get at least 20 out of these.
So what is the guarantee from Kohler?
Oh, this,
It's probably not 20.
yeah,
90 days.
Yeah, a year.
I mean,
maybe
hopeful,
two.
yeah. Because generators are a huge cost
they are.
to ratepayers and to our district. And size of them and the replacement of them is a large investment.
And so that's a great question. And we do perform preventative maintenance on these.
Good.
So even the one here at headquarters, which is perhaps one of our oldest generators we have, it is cycled on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. Keep the fuel fresh, make sure it's working.
Okay.
Awesome.
Question for you. Did we do a noise check? Because I know, about a year or so ago, and I guess we had to bring out a generator. I had several people in my district must live around there. They called me and they were just complaining how loud it was. Is this gonna be quieter than what we had before?
We did do a decibel check beforehand, and we checked all the CEQA boxes. They are not quiet. These are not quiet generators. Based on their location, the studies that we found, especially at Huntley Gomez, the houses are not very close by. McGee, they're a little bit closer, but it's pretty isolated as well. And so I think that the offset to the noise is we're going to keep those ratepayers in water, be able to still fill those tanks in those areas.
Right.
The alternative would be you don't have water today because the power's out. But yeah, we're not buying like a whisper quiet generator. When these come on, they come on at full RPMs and go.
Would, I thought we tried using plywood or something like that. I thought the back.
So that was back.
Sounds
So that's the pump station
back.
project that we're currently undertaking right now. When the Water Authority does its annual shutdowns, we did install temporary generators. And at one of the locations, I believe it was somewhere off West Lilac, it was in close proximity to a residence. It was running 24/7. And we did install some some plywood sound barriers.
Did it help at all?
It did. It did. It mitigates that noise and pushes it straight up instead of out towards the house. Another example at the site being built right now, the Rancho Amigos pump station, that emergency backup generator is within a building to help mitigate that sound.
And so is the one at the lift station.
Yeah.
At Thoroughbred.
At Red,
Yeah.
correct.
If by chance, just if by chance, bid that power outage, but if it does, I get those phone calls again
Yeah.
from my neighbors. Could we consider something to deaden the noise a little bit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, if it happens again, because I'm sure if it does, I'll be getting the phone calls.
were those the generators they're complaining about, those ones out there?
Yeah.
Oh, it was,
The-
okay.
The temporary ones,
The temporary one.
the temporary ones, a
And-
couple years ago.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they said it was very loud and I don't know, apologize.
It really would only be under, you'd have a power safety shut off event. You've
Right.
got something,
Generators are noisy.
yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's not
But-
like it's all the time.
But we absolutely could. We work with consultants who go out there with their decibel readers and we take it from varying feet and then you go from there. And sometimes it's not exceeding the allowable range, but it still is a disruption to those property owners.
When you're in a very quiet area, it doesn't take much.
There you go.
That
Yeah.
was my point I was gonna
Yeah.
say is because in
Mhm.
our area, I mean, we can hear crickets. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
it's so quiet. So I guess any type of noise that really upsets some.
But yeah, I think if
homeowner.
you get those complaints in the future, direct them through the general manager's office and we'd absolutely go take a reading. We can run these whenever we want to do that.
Okay.
Hopefully you could just tell them though, that you have water. A little bit of noise,
No.
but you have water.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
I move. Pass.
Moved by Director Townsend Smith,
I'll second.
seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Uh,
I,
Opposed? Motion passes. Consider approval of an emergency water line repair and paving repairs on Gopher Canyon Road.
So yeah, Robert's gonna take this one. I just wanted to say, in kind of in advance, this is, kind of had an emergency event, and I just wanted to say appreciate, Robert, Chad, Rick, kind of coming to me with, really what I think is a really proactive solution. We're kind of already on the hook to spend some money out there, and so it's kind of a incremental increase to make a substantial improvement that kind of protects us in the future. And so these guys are always thinking about the best way to do things, and I appreciate that. And so Robert will give you the details, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, board members. We're going to be talking about item 10C today. Specifically, Gopher Canyon and the entrance to Bonzo Oaks Development, or whatever the latest name of that.
The Havens.
The Haven.
The Havens.
The Havens.
So 3 names in 6 years at least that on July 26th, which was a Friday, early in the morning, we got a call from one of our employees that there was a main break on Gopher Canyon. The employee was off that day and happens to be sitting right here. I'm not going to tell you who he is. So it was a good, reliable source. Followed up with some pictures. We mobilized our staff out there. Initially, when you look at something like this, you're like, well, the road's wet. That's not really a main break. But what makes this a little bit different is that area was recently paved by the developer. So that asphalt's in really good condition. So there's no alligatoring, there's no fissures. It's what we consider tight asphalt. So there's nowhere for the water to go. It just kind of seeps through the water. So we ran out there, figured out a way to shut it off. Coincidentally, this is one of the feeds up to Calavie Spas. So we were able to route water through the development and then back up to Calavie Spa. So essentially the whole day that we did the repairs, we didn't put anybody out of water. So that was a good one on the field staff coming up with that solution. And we were in contact with Calavie throughout the day, give them updates as work progressed. This is what it looked like. So from where the first picture is taken, if you just turn around, did 180 degrees, this is what it looked like, where the water was basically coming out the edge of the asphalt and into the dirt area. Took us a little bit of time to shut this down. Some of the valves were actually full of dirt. So in the valve can, the riser material got full of dirt from the main break. So we had to clean that out in order to access the valves, but needless to say, we got it done. It was an 8-inch cement coated steel line. It broke due to corrosion. There was no work that the contractor or developer did there that caused that breakage. That's a typical corrosion, and just a frame of reference, you can see my hand that's right there, so you get a size estimate on that. What we did notice because of this break, once we shut down the water line, the pavement started to subside and get rather undulated. That's pretty typical once you shut down the water lines. We did our repairs, but normally on something like this, you would put what's called a full butt strap around the pipe. It's basically a piece of metal around the pipe. We could not find good enough pipe to do that. So the gentleman, the fellas doing the welding were like, we weld through this pipe. We're just going to keep blowing holes through. So what we did instead is we replaced about 4 feet of pipe. And that's where you start getting your wheels turning, thinking this pipe's probably not in the best shape. This picture shows just as we were excavating. Now, we really at this point hadn't taken any dirt out of the hole. So this is the hole after we shut the water off. So if you talk about sinkholes when water main breaks happen, it always happens after you shut the water off. So the water coming out kind of floats and holds up the asphalt. And then when you shut it off, everything collapses in. So a couple taps with backhoe bucket collapsed in. And what they were doing right there was just to get some of that asphalt chunks out. So talking with Isa and some of the crew leads in construction and looking at the damage with the asphalt and whatnot, we thought a good way to solve this issue out there is to replace roughly about 300 feet of pipe. Now, how do we get to this conclusion? We're going to spend a significant amount of money to replace the asphalt out. We know the pipe's not in good shape because it's already broken once. We had to replace 4 feet of it instead of still just putting a strap on there. And we think that if we could get this 300 feet replaced, it gets us closer to being outside that new paved area and will better our chances that we won't have to come back and replace the asphalt again for another main break. And when we get through a couple more slides, you'll see what the proposed cost is for the asphalt repair. And it's always significantly more than us going out there and just fixing the pipe. There's another reason for it, and it's a weird anomaly. But there is this 300 feet, it's 8-inch pipe, but on each side of it is 12-inch pipe. Our new Dentro pump station can pump through this area. So now when we turn that pump station on, let's say we want to feed the Gopher tank with the new Dentro pump station, it's going to hit this restriction. So about 300 feet of 8-inch pipe, it's just a random, who knows? So we're kind of want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We want to better our chances that we don't have another catastrophic main break that damages the asphalt that we just got done paying for. And we want to increase our pumping capacity by installing 300 feet of 12-inch. So now we have full 12-inch pipe. The cost. So like I said, paving is tough, but before we get into this, let's just let you digest that for a second. This section of Gopher Canyon was not on the original study that was done in 2018, right when I got here. It was just finishing up on the pipeline condition assessments. So this wasn't even considered. There's no active cathodic protection on it. We haven't really had a history of breaks there until now, like essentially this year. So we've had this one, and then we had another one at Dentro and Gopher Canyon. So where the Caltrans, their storm drains pass. So right there, we had another. So the pipe's starting to get to that point. Paving. So we talked to
Robert,
Sir.
when you said the Dentro, that was a couple of years ago. We had a blowout. Was that on the 8-inch or 12-inch?
So this was this year. We had a leak on the pipe. The one that was a couple years ago was a result of the contractor at Bonsall Oaks that they were surcharging water hammering that line, and that was on the 12-inch.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was right at the intersection.
Intersection.
The one we had this year was just a little bit west of the intersection.
Okay.
So we talked to couple different paving contractors, said, hey, based on what you see here with the damaged asphalt, what do you think is a good price to repair this? They gave us this, not necessarily a quote, but said, hey, this is where you're probably going to land. Of course, that depends on once you start peeling up the asphalt and see what's going on the subgrade. Staff is going to be able to do this job in-house. So we're not going to contract out the pipe replacement, only the asphalt. So staff's going to replace that 300 feet of pipe. We went in and looked at what our fully burdened rates are. We came up with a schedule, who was going to be on the job, what days, how many days, and we came up with that labor amount. We got a quote for the materials we needed. We also added in a small contingency for the unknowns, and we came up with this rough number of $600,000. We anticipate the job to take us internally about 4 weeks to complete. So the first week of that is going to be installing the pipe. Second week, we've got to connect up a fire hydrant into that. The third week, you start your water quality testing. So that's where you pressure test the pipe, you flush the pipe, test it for bacteriological samples. And then the last week is where we make the connections. We reconnect both ends. On this new section of pipe, we'll add cathodic protection. So that'll slow down any future corrosion. And we'll give ourselves a way to keep moving west if we want to keep laying pipe west. So the way we'll configure the pipe, it'll be an easy connection at that point. Again, there shouldn't be anybody out of water. If there's something that goes wrong, we have a way to keep Calavi in water. We can do a temporary highline from Vallecito Water District to Calavi, keep them in water. So not worried about that. Any questions so far? Yes, ma'am.
I have one question. First, one statement. I appreciate all the work that you have done here to resolve this, because this was very serious. The only question I have is, we worked very hard on the CIP list. And this is serious. And we are now being asked to take out of the reserves the money, as I understand the statement, versus looking at the CIP list again. Has that already occurred, that discussion? Or Can-
We actually had, and Rick, feel free to chime in. We had quite a bit of discussion at E&O. The idea was, we funded that CIP through debt issuance. And so, in order to be compliant, you want to use that debt.
Thing.
And
Oh,
so
okay.
the idea was we would use the debt to fund this project. So in essence, you're adding it to the CIP. And then as you move through your projects, if a project gets delayed, if
Change order.
yeah, so something changes, then you might see a project move off of the list from the debt financing, but it would be more like 2 years from now, right? When you're kind of finishing those projects. So that was the idea. It kind of gives a jump start on starting to expend those funds for a project we know we have to do right now. And yeah, so that was the thought.
The other comment I'd say is this is a perfect example when we did the reserves discussion on the replacement reserve of these are the unanticipated things,
Yeah.
having that cash set aside for it. So in this particular case, we had the debt fund Sandy to help preserve our cash position. We'll get to mid-year and look at, we do have additional savings from detachment or higher water sales, and look at the holistic picture, and then we'll still have time to sort of adjust the CIP list if necessary after that.
Good. Okay, that was my question, is just, have you considered this? But it sounds like there was a discussion and it sounds like sound logic now of what to do. Okay, thank you.
I have a question. It's probably a silly question, but when you do a CIP project, let's say for a year, and you say what you're gonna do, and something like this comes up and now it's changed. I'm not saying legality thing, but is there something when you say you're gonna pay for this and that wasn't done? So what I'm thinking is like the school district, they were doing a bond. They got money to redo the pool at Fallbrook High School. That didn't happen. They took the money and they used that money for the football field, which then created issues because
But that was also a bond instead of debt
Yeah.
financing. It's different type of money. if you
Yeah,
will.
little different. And that's
Yeah.
that's really part of the reason I mean, that's one of the primary actions today is to actually, state that we intend to reimburse ourselves for that thing. So that basically adds it to that, keeps us out of trouble.
yeah, I
Right.
was thinking the
Right.
legality of like, so the people know initially when we approved for all the CIP, but now we've changed it, but it's still gonna get done. If that makes any sense? Well-
Sure. Yeah. I don't see, unless a project just becomes something we don't want to do, but that's
Well,
unlikely.
The other thing is it's what I call in like kind. It's a capital improvement project
Mhm.
and
Right.
this one becomes an emergency. You've got to
Mhm.
push something off, but it's still a capital improvement. It's not, changing from a classroom improvements to football fields.
I have a
There's
question.
a question from the audience. Rick?
Have the same issue, I just got an asphalt bid yesterday. My neighbor's half-inch poly. 85 feet. Thing as well. And trees all out. So, I'm shocked. Is the asphalt based on prevailing wage? Or is that?
Yeah, anything we do is going to be prevailing wage. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it was more the number's kind of worst case. Like we haven't got the final requirements from the county. So
Yeah.
I say worst case. It could be worse,
And this
but
is a fairly large road.
but this is our estimate of kind of the worst case bid that we got for kind of a large extent of improvements. If it turns out to be better, it would be something less, but that's what it's based on.
I had the question about, would the county be helpful in this project at all? Financially?
No. The developer just paved the road at their own cost, and when we do damage, we're responsible to put it back per their standards.
But I mean, the whole new piping.
No, I mean, the counties doesn't bear any responsibility for, we own the pipe and the trench. They do own the road, but in this case, it was clearly our damage. And so there's really no culpability by the county. It's really it's our cost. It's unfortunate but yeah, we're responsible for fixing the road.
Kind of like the discussion you're having that is later on in the agenda on Camino del Rey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right. That's a little different.
A little different.
Yeah.
And there's no possibility of insurance claim on this.
No, insurance does not cover buried utilities and they won't
Okay.
cover pavement.
Okay,
There,
thank
there was no private property damage.
you. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
The reason I asked about prevailing wage is 2 years ago, half a mile of El Paseo, which is access to my grove, which is all private, was repaved. I had Southland bid it both ways. It's $30,000 less, non-prevailing, exact same scope of work. The water authority has a floor threshold where prevailing wage happens. It's much lower than what they say it is. But can that methodology be applied here since it's being contracted for rather than in-house? Where you can maybe not have, I'll bet you there's $100,000 and a half of, or close in a $500,000 bid or estimate at this point. And just look at if that's an option. And I'm not a member of the union, so.
Yeah. I don't believe so.
I just-
Unfortunately, we're a public entity. I know there's certain things you can do. It's labor. They have a project labor agreement and things like that, but
Well, the reason I asked, because the water authority makes that distinction based on a dollar amount.
Right.
It used to be 10 million. And then I was shocked that my road, it got done prevailing wage. And at the time when old what's his name was here, because it was all private, we were going to do extra work, fund it ourselves, and then get reimbursed. And that would eliminate. I'm just looking at trying to stretch a buck here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
So also as part of this project, this was a discussion with the Engineering Operations Committee. We're going to take the opportunity, once the project's done, is come back to the board. We'll come back to the committee and we'll come back to the board. We'll report on this project. We'll say, okay, was our estimate was 4 weeks. It took us 3 weeks, or it took us 6 weeks. This is our true labor cost. This is the real cost of what the paving was based on invoices. So we'll be able to provide that information back to the board and the public, how accurate our initial estimates were on this. Go ahead.
I have a question, if I may. Flint, we discussed a lot of things regarding this. Was there anything else from E&O that we have not considered to discuss?
I don't think so. I think Robert has made a pretty broad and complete description of the things that we talked about. I mean, many of the questions that are being asked by you were asked by members of the committee. And I think he's given you a very clear and clean grasp of what the situation is and what the options were and why they chose to do what they did. And the committee certainly felt that it was very prudent, given what you saw, the paper thin condition of that pipe. Lord only knows how much more of that pipe is like that.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Let's get it out of there and let's get the sizing consistent with none of these 8-inch connectors
Yeah.
between two 12-inch lines. Let's just get it all straightened out. So I think they're doing the right thing, and I think the committee felt the same way.
Okay, well, they're the ratepayers, so thank you.
You're actually carrying higher pressure in that 8-inch line than you are in the
Yeah.
12s as a result. So it's already weak. Let's
Yeah.
hit it with some more.
So just a quick reference here to give the exact location of where we're at. So Vista Valley golf course,
Hmm.
the road up to Calavie, the new development here, the section that we're going to replace. And then what happened was we were able to do some valving here. So this is the new water line that the contractors put in. That's what the orange dots mean. So we were able to send water all the way around. We closed valves. But you didn't know we had touchscreen. We closed the valve here and we're able to reroute the water here. So when I say nobody's out of water, because we're able to isolate from here to here, and it's just a hydrant that's
Yeah.
right there. So, and that's why when you at intersections, you put 3 valves. We ask, that's our standard, is it gives you a lot of flexibility to do stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Put loops in everywhere you can.
Thanks for that explanation.
Any further discussion?
Now I move approval of action number 3
3,
or 10C. Excuse me,
option 1.
option 1.
Okay.
Okay, a second.
Moved by Director Johnson, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. 10D, consider termination of the district's water tank maintenance contract and agenda with USG Water Solutions.
Yeah, so we've got a quick presentation for you here. Oh. But this is really a contract that we issued in 2003. So this has been a contract for a long time, and we don't know the entire history on it, but obviously at the time I think our tanks were not in great shape. Issued a contract to what was then Utility Services Company, USC, and to basically bring our tanks back into good shape. So the early years of the contract were actually very expensive, or at least for 2003, they were expensive. And they went through over the next several years, 2003 to 2006 or 7, and basically relined the interior of our tanks, touched up the exteriors and kind of got the things back in order. The contract had an initial term that was extended, but now it's just a year to year. So it just renews year to year. It was also amended to include our Apollo Mesa tank that was in about 2012 or 13. That's a concrete tank. Doesn't require a lot of maintenance, but occasional washout and a check to see the internals, steel components and things like that. We also had an amendment to the contract, and the contractor installed safety and electrical improvements. So that was the staircases, the handrails up top, which are really good improvements, and then some electrical work as well. And they've over the last few years kind of gone tank by tank and completed those, but all of them are now complete. The contract is set to auto renew in December. Per the terms of the contract, if we wanted to do something different, we would have to give them 90 days notice, and it has to be signed by 3 board members, which is an odd provision, but that's what that's what
It was done in 2003.
that's the requirement. Currently, just the maintenance cost is a little over $700,000 a year. So that's regardless of what kind of services take place, wash downs, touch ups.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay. I saw some surprise
There's
there.
a question there.
Yeah. And
Waiting.
the contract allows for a 5% annual escalation. So every year, but it's maxed at a 5% escalation. The maintenance portion, it's specific to just inspection, wash down. So basically they'll go in, kind of check things out yearly, and make sure everything's functioning correctly. The wash downs are typically every few years. That's actually, you drain the tank, clean everything out, any sediment or things like that. Disinfect, bring the tank back online. That's done every few years. At that point, typically there's a more thorough inspection that's done. Typically the interior of the tank. Usually when they're doing the typical inspections, all they're doing is opening the hatch and shooting a photo of the. And it's usually not you'll see some of those photos, so you'll get a feel for it. The additional authorized work with amendments, there's about a $710,000 remaining balance. So that's separate from the maintenance. That was the stairs, and because it was over like a payment, there was like a payment program where they do the work and then we pay year by year, incrementally over
5 years.
over like 5-year period. So the total cost was actually much higher than that. We've been paying on it for a while, but that's the remaining balance. So just to give you kind of a feel for what these things look like, the the inspection and wash down, again, typically every 3 to 4 years, you do kind of a more detailed inspection on these tanks. Not at high cost. There's actually several ways you can do it. You can do it this way, drain the tank, wash it down. That's a really nice way to get the tank nice and clean. You can also do it via diver. So diver can go down, they can actually vacuum the sediment up and, things like that. But either way, you're looking at somewhere in the $10,000-$20,000 range to, kind of conduct those activities. Exterior recoating. So now that's the outside of the tank. Once you start to see chalking or, flaking away the paint, typically you'll move forward with an exterior recoating. Usually every about 10 to 12 years. And they're a little unique too, because a lot of times you can actually just overcoat it. You don't need to strip the paint off and repaint it. So, so those are significantly less expensive and much easier to conduct than the interior coatings, which again, about a 10 or 15-year lifespan. Typically, that's when you get into kind of the big dollars for rehab. And the interiors are really important because that's where your supports, your rafters, your vents, I mean, everything is there. And it's typically where the most damage occurs, right? You've got a humid condition, especially in the roof. And typically that's where you start to see corrosion that has to be dealt with, right? And on the interior, typically you do strip the tank down and do a recoat. So it is very expensive, and your tank is down for a period of time. So it's definitely has to be planned as well.
Jake, I'm sorry to interject.
Sure.
How many tanks are we talking about?
Oh, we have 12 steel tanks. Yeah, sorry about that. 12 steel tanks plus the concrete tank, so 13 in total. But the steel tanks are really the bulk of the work.
So I have a question too.
Sure.
Since we've been with them for 21 years,
Mhm.
have we ever considered getting another bid or more on this project?
Not to my knowledge. The contract has been renewed a couple of times, and like I said, now it's just been a year to year kind of auto renewal unless some action's taken.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we kind of took a look to see how they performed, our contractor, and as far as the tank inspections and the washdowns, they've done pretty well, fairly frequent. The inspections happen, pretty much every year. The washdowns, maybe not quite as consistent, but pretty consistent. And so, so decent performance there. On the exterior coatings, the tanks look pretty good. The exterior coatings are in pretty good shape. Again, they go out there and inspect every year. The outside's very easy to see. And so if you have issues, you can kind of do touch-ups and things like that. So where we've seen some issues is the interior coating. And of course, that's where the big cost is, right? To go in and do those is a big cost driver. And in their original contract, and it's not written into the contract, but they kind of anticipated at the beginning that you'd be doing interiors every 10 to 11 years. And they've gone significantly longer than 10 to 11 years. It's trending towards about a 17-year average on recoating the interiors. And so this is some of what we've seen. These are some of the inspection reports. And so this is where it gets, where we're a little concerned about just the proactive nature of taking care of these interiors. So that's the inside of the tank, kind of looking up at the center vent. And you can see the one on the left is the Turner tank. It's one of those, that's been deferred for a while. And there's quite a bit of corrosion there. Those are your rafters that as they're meeting up with the steel roof, and quite a bit of corrosion. And then on the rice tank on the right, maybe not quite as extensive, although the pictures are tough, right? They're not the greatest. But again, you see kind of on the edges of those rafters, quite a bit of corrosion. And the issue you start to get to is once you start to lose metal in those rafters, it's likely you're going to have to do some pretty extensive repairs, cutting beams or replacing entire rafters, things like that. Gets very expensive, and your tank's offline for much longer.
Right.
So it causes some operational issues. So just looking through a few other ones, this is Rainbow Heights. Again, you see some of the same things. This is the picture I was talking about where they kind of pop the hatch open, and and look down. But even there, you can see where the rafters meet the roof, kind of corrosion setting in. Maybe not as bad as the Turner tank, but you've definitely got some issues there where you would start looking at, potentially recoating that interior.
And our
And-
staff is capable of dealing with this.
Well, I'll talk about that a little bit. I'll talk about that.
Just curious, throughout these 21 years, was the leadership team, like engineering and operations and you as the GM, were those individuals notified of these concerns on a routine basis?
Well, they were doing these inspection reports, and I mean, some of these, like you could look at the rice tank. Man, maybe you can go another
Right.
year or two. I mean, it's not some of them aren't egregious. I wouldn't call it egregious, but I think at staff level, when we start looking at these things, we feel like again, if you're just looking at how am I going to rate performance here, these have probably been,
Neglect.
to continue to defer these things, I think is probably not the
And the
best.
photo's 5.5 years old.
2019. That's what it looks like. The inspection report was actually from it actually had a later date on it, so I don't know if
Mhm.
the date
Good.
was just wrong or yeah. So I'm not 100% sure, but potentially, yeah.
I have a question. In the contract that you mentioned in the slides previous, it was about 10, 11 years that you would repaint the inside. But where you said that you're seeing that wasn't happening for 17 years. In the contract, was that required? Is that something extra the district would have to pay for to have the inside painted? Or is that just the normal cost of the maintenance in the contract? Because my point I'm trying to get to is I could see if it was being set back where deferred maintenance, but if it was something in the contract that this company should have been doing, to me, it looks like they weren't doing what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, and they might have a different opinion. We're looking at the contract for some of those, for some of those things. I know probably for a discussion for another time, another place, but the contract really doesn't have much. It's a contract from 2003. It's very light. And that was part of the discussion at E&O was, potentially, and I'm going to get to, a couple options that we can kind of move forward with. But I think the idea was, I think we want to end this contract because it really doesn't have those kinds of, hey, you need to repaint our tank. We want to make sure our, the life of our tank is extended. It really doesn't have those it just kind of leaves it to appears to just kind of leave it to the
Almost like
contractor.
we're paying them for inspections and they're reporting.
They're
back
just kind of
as
responsible for it.
Yeah.
And
Right.
Actions that we
you're
have to
choosing
deal
the
with.
Maintenance versus professional requirements.
By the way, I do believe around 2018 that when this contract came up for renewal, that they looked outside for other alternatives.
Okay.
And this is really taxing my memory
Yeah.
span, but
I don't know very
I
many
do
companies that
remember
do
there's
this.
some discussions early on in my board membership that we looked at whether or not to consider replacing them.
Yeah. So I don't know very many companies that do this. This company has kind of gone through. It was
Bunch of
USC,
changes.
Suez, and Suez is a company that does a lot of these types of things. They do maintenance and things for public utilities. And now they're
They worked on
USG.
Viola and now they're USG.
Yeah. So there's a couple, but getting into this, I think that's where we kind of landed was we would prefer to go ahead and cancel this contract. And really two options there. And when we talked we sat down with them, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago. Originally we were just trying to dig into where are all these costs and trying to figure out what everything was. Really, I more curious than anything. Like, what is this?
Well, thank you.
And they were open to, hey, if you want to kind of modernize this contract, we'd be open to that. So we'd be open to that if they potentially renegotiate or going out to bid, or another reputable contractor. So that's an option. Alternatively, we do feel very comfortable that we could take this on and do it very well. And it requires a couple of things. Operations, a couple tanks a year you're going to take down and do the wash downs. Not a huge time commitment, but it does require some, but Roberts indicated they'd be willing to take that on. And like I said, if all of a sudden they're doing a pipeline out on Gopher Canyon and can't do it, there are other options too. You can have a diver go in and there's just some outside costs associated with it, but similar, we're paying it now too. As far as the rehabs go, when you go to recoat the exterior, the interior, that would not be a staff job. That would be something you would competitively bid. And there are, half a dozen contractors or so in the area, in the, Southern California, this general area that, they are a specialty contractor, but they do those things. They do the tank interiors. And so that's what we're recommending. We're recommending to go ahead and cancel the contract. And in good faith, talk to the contractor, and if there's something we can work out, a little bit of where we've got a little bit better handle on maintaining our facilities. We got a little bit better say in maintaining our facilities. I think that would be preferred, and obviously at a competitive cost. That's something that we obviously that would come back to the committee and the board if we were able to negotiate something that seemed okay to staff, but obviously that'd have to come back to the board for approval. So today we're asking for or recommending canceling the tank contract. A couple of the benefits we've already talked through, and I think the primary benefit is just that. I think nobody cares about your facilities as much as you do, and I think staff would prefer to do a little bit more of a proactive tank asset management program. And as far as assets go, these are about one of the easiest to actually do, just because you can see them, right? You don't have to go inside a pipeline or dig a hole. It just requires scheduling and somebody to go in and take some photos and do some analysis. So it's not a tremendous time burden or something that's overly complicated.
I have a question. So this contract is for $715,000. So my question is, what will be the costs to us if we do it internally? Because it's not a zero cost. What would be the cost?
So, and that's my next two bullets.
Okay.
So, what we're looking at, kind of two benefits on that, potentially cost wise. You're always subject to, you're going to bid the thing out. You don't know exactly how the bids are going to come in, but we've got bids that we've gone off, and then we projected those costs into the future. So we looked at a couple of things. They don't have on their schedule any plan to do any interior recoatings over the next few years. And so one of the benefits, I think, is, we retain basically a little over $3 million. If we're not able to get a new contract, we would retain $3.2 million over the next 4 years, where we could actually accelerate some of those interior coatings at the same cost. We looked over the 15-year lifespan, so kind of a full rehab cycle. And it looked like, based on us just paying them 5% annual increase and versus us contracting it out, again, similar, I escalated the construction cost by 5% a year too. We would save, $3.5 million over the life. So not the primary reason I think we would do it, because, again, these are estimates, and, construction costs come in high, something like that obviously would eat into that. But looking at reasonable costs, it looks like we might save a little bit of money. And I think we can do it a little bit more proactively. I think that was the idea.
Hey, Jake, on your last bullet, it only mentions the interior. What about the outerior of maintenance?
Oh, I had it both. I had
I know.
it in there. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I guess my point was, we would conduct a more active interior recoat program, but the costs themselves include interior and exterior.
Okay.
Jake, sorry, but I didn't understand the answer to Julie's question. Which was,
Oh, how much?
yeah, how much
compared
is
to
it going
the-
to cost us versus
Well,
the
it was in one of your-
contract design? Not so much savings.
It was in your previous slide. You had the interior recoat was like around 400,000.
Oh, so it's 400,000. Okay. Anticipated.
I guess I'm not understanding the question. To do
How much is-
one tank
We're
or to
paying
do,
715,000 a year
Correct.
right now. If we bring this inside, what is our cost to do the same work?
well, the thing is that the work varies year to year, right? Some years we're paying them 700,000 and they do 3 washdowns.
Yeah.
Right. And then another year they'll maybe do an interior, but so that's why we looked over that 15-year period. Like basically we're doing all the washdowns, all the tanks, the total cost. Year to year, we might spend more than 700,
Yeah.
right? You do a big tank,
Okay.
it might be $1 million, but you're actually going to benefit from, you're only paying for the work that you're actually doing, not just this
So
ongoing.
you got to look at our average cost over a period of time.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
And that's where you're coming up with the 3.2 and
Right.
the 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to pay off the contract. That's what we're asking for today too. You have to
Mhm.
pay off the contract. But then basically you're gonna save about
By the
400,000.
way, that was my question, which you eventually answered in one of your slide is where did the 786,000 come from that we have to pay
Those are the
on a
improvements.
year-to-year contract that we're canceling? You know,
Yeah,
it's for those improvements that were
Yes.
spread over time.
yeah, that was the addenda.
But is there a deduction from that cost for the maintenance that did not happen?
We're looking at that. We're looking,
Because it's evident you have evidence of unprofessional expertise happening here for 21 years. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
That they are, we're covering this and some of the work was never done. And we even have evidence of photos that it wasn't done.
well, again, it's contract. We
Okay.
got to get into the contract and over the next few months as we broach these different alternatives, those
Okay.
are things we'll be looking at.
Well, it
Yeah.
sounds like you have worked together on this very hard.
Yeah.
And E&O is comfortable with this.
Yes, the committee was comfortable with it because clearly the level of performance by the contractor has not been to our total
Hmm,
satisfaction.
Correct.
And that's why we're
We-
really voting on contract and executing.
Not have a conversation about whether the termination should be for cause or convenience. I think that's something the staff can take on because that changes the whole character
Mhm.
of the negotiation with
Gets into
them.
The negotiation and the settlement.
Right, right.
What we owe them versus.
exactly. And I think the only other question the committee raised, and we agreed with the staff that they would pursue it and get back to us and you, is taking on another big body of work
Mm.
in-house. You don't see any
Mhm.
additional staffing component for Robert or Chad's operation. And we just did not really have a good, clean sense about what impact this would have on staffing. Clearly, if you're going to do an interior, and that's an $800,000 caper, you're probably going to end up kind of in Chad's world,
Mhm.
where you're going to have a project manager, or Robert is going to simulate Chad's world with a project manager and engineering and specs and bid and award and inspection, construction inspection. And all of that is work that right now is not on our table. And so we just don't really know, but you can't do anything unless you go ahead and pull the trigger before the 90-day bell rings.
Yep.
Go ahead and serve notice on the contractor. I mean, in the worst case, the staff could say, we've decided to stick with the contractor and this is too much of a hassle and we're just gonna keep going the way we are. They could bring that back to you as
Right.
well, but you don't have any options if you don't
Well,
serve notice to terminate the contract. And I just think that the main thing the staff has to work on is whether this is going to be termination for convenience or termination for cause. It changes the whole nature of the conversation.
And we could potentially end up with a better contract.
Could end up negotiating a better contract. Yes, you could.
So that sounds like the motion that you just mentioned. Terminate, and then the staff decides
That's
the
what it
next
says.
step.
Rick, you had a question?
And I'll preface it by at one point I was Navy, I was a corrosion control officer. The Gopher in an aviation squadron. So, but I spent a lot of time on carriers and it's pretty salty out there.
Mhm.
I got to see a lot of the Gopher tank be refurbished inside and out by this company. I was pretty impressed by what I saw. I don't know how long ago that was or if that was the last interior done. But it'd be worth seeing how it's held up. I don't want to, I think no more than 3 years, but time flies.
Mhm.
And then I believe there was a callback on the cover, which they took care of, and I'm kind of aware of this contract. So I thought the work was good, and to watch the interior, it's a big deal. I mean,
It is.
it's scissor
And
jacks.
as I recall, in sandblasting, they basically didn't clean out an overflow valve, and we ended up
Well, there was,
pushing a support up through the.
maybe Robert could talk to that. That wasn't the gopher tank, I don't believe, but refilling one of the tanks, there was an anomaly and the tank was damaged.
Mm.
The other, I think the $700,000 add-on is for the stairs,
Yeah,
which I was adamantly opposed to and recommended drones for inspections, but that was 100,000 plus a pop. And the first one, I believe, had to be taken off and redone because the geometry wasn't right.
Mhm.
So I've never seen the contract, just observing coming to these meetings, but maybe a renegotiation with better quality control project management, and don't hire anybody from Boeing. So.
Oh, geez. No.
Be on the space station.
Even their spacesuits aren't compatible. That blew me away.
So that's all we've got for you.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that the current proposed bid is not acceptable.
It's not a bid.
The contract, we would prefer to cancel to terminate the
Yeah, to
contract.
terminate or to just say we have no interest in this bid or whatever you want to call it, contract.
Yeah.
The contract renewal, which we're opting not to renew. Okay,
Has the company offered any kind of renegotiation on stuff?
Oh. Jake
Well,
mentioned that they
Yeah.
were amenable to looking at an
Right.
updated contract.
more modern contract.
More
Right.
modern
Yeah.
contract.
So yes, they've indicated that.
And that,
But-
I
that
would
may
go
be the
there.
outcome of this, but all we're voting on today is to terminate the existing contract
Okay.
and or negotiate the payout of whatever we
Correct.
existing owe them. And then staff is really, on the hook to either come back with a new contract from them or go out for bids or to bring it inside.
That's it.
Okay.
I guess it'd be called a concern. We did see the photos of 2 tanks that showed the ceilings were corroding. I don't know if it was considered bad or. But my question then would be, let's just say hypothetically that in 2025, this company would have spent, would you say roughly it's about 800,000, something like that to do?
Depends on the size of the tank, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm just saying hypothetically, they were gonna do 2 of them because they're at the point where they need to be done. So if we bail, which I agree, I think we should, but if they would have scheduled for, let's say 2025 to do 2 tanks, then they would have been on the hook for 1.6 million. Now we'll be on the hook for that.
Well, we took a look at their schedule and they didn't have anything scheduled for 2025
Oh,
or 2026.
oh,
Well, then,
Really, they were looking at 3-4 years of extending these things out. So that's where that 3.2 million comes in. We retain.
cause see that, but then I guess there's nothing in the verbiage in the contract that you
Right.
could say,
Force
Some-
them to do it.
yeah, like, this is starting to get, we can't wait 3 years.
Right. And so I think that's part of the next step.
Oh, okay.
so those were the
Negotiation.
latest photos?
Okay.
Those were the latest photos of what this company has done 5.5 years ago?
Well, no,
Not
no, these were deferred. These were the
Okay.
tanks that haven't been done yet. And so those have been deferred. Like Rick said, I mean, they may have done a great job on the interiors that they actually did, but these are our concerns, is that I think we're deferring these things too long. And we feel like we need to have some teeth in the contract to be able to not have that occur. At a minimum.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Is there a motion? I move we accept option one.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hamilton, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
I,
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
One
Uh,
question on that. So, no,
Too late. Sorry, we're moving on.
no, my question is, so it ends December 1st, right?
Correct.
December
So
10th.
in between now and December 1st, technically you could start negotiating a new.
Correct.
Okay,
Sure.
I got it.
mhm.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, It's December 10th, and it basically says we're exercising our option to terminate the contract.
okay,
And that opens the door for all sorts of further discussion.
Negotiate,
okay.
give them help.
I was reading option one, so I,
Option 10E, consider adoption of an ordinance amending and updating Administrative Code Section 8.11, connection and meter charges.
Yes, so this one really, this is administrative code, proposal to change administrative code. There's a couple of sections that are affected here. Section, well, you know, you can read the sections there in the staff report. But one is our section on removal of a water service. So when someone comes in, they would like to actually remove, no longer be served by that service. And then another that deals with downsizing of meters. And the common thread between the two is really our admin code right now was not very clear about you know, the district's intent to basically recover the cost
Mhm.
for those actions, right? The actions by a single customer. Hey, you know, I want this done. I want that done. I want downsize. I want to, and so really the execution of these requests have been handled not a little bit inconsistently.
Mhm.
And so that was part of it. We wanted to really clarify our intent that, hey, we're, you know, the costs that are associated with it, whether it, you know, district costs, cost of a, you know, new meter, or cost to remove the service, that's borne by that customer, not the ratepayer base. You know, it's not based, the rates don't cover it, right? It's a single request. So making sure that we're collecting equitably or, you know, a benefit that's just from one customer. Couple other things though, that we wanted to be clear on the removal of the water service. You know, really best practice is if, you know, you can go out and remove the meter, you know, maybe you take it 12 inches down, you know, seal it off. But really what you want to do is you got to disconnect it from the main, right? You need to disconnect from the main. Otherwise, that's where your leak is going to occur. And yeah, just, you know, future problems that you're just leaving in the ground for other people to pay for, right? We're gonna have to go out there, dig it up,
Mhm.
repave, the whole shot. And that is a very common location to have a leak. And so we wanted to be clear in our code. Again, it gave us, our existing code gave us the option. We'll decide if we're going to do it or not. In really about 98 or 99% of the cases, we want to do that. The only case where we may not is if it could serve another purpose, right? I want to put a sample station there. You know, that's a very rare occasion. Typically, we want these things removed. They're no longer, it's no longer a revenue generator. It's a leak point that somebody else is going to have to pay for, basically. So those are really the changes for the removal of the water service. In the meter size reduction, we took a hard look at that policy, and this is something we've been reviewing, you know, over the past few months, and we've been talking about these things to some extent. And really, you know, we were basing a meter downsize on a 12-month rolling average, but you're basing it on a max capacity. And so when you those things don't really jive, right? Because you're, you know, any 1 month somebody exceeds their max capacity, you're over the capacity of the meter. And that's where we've seen, you know, failing meters or reduced life of meters and a lot of inaccuracies. So adds to water loss. And obviously it's a revenue issue as well, an equity and a revenue issue. And so our proposal is to, you know, basically you have to be under that max all 12 months, right? You got to fit within that customer class to qualify. Now there is some,
That's a rolling average is what you're talking about.
that's what it is now. It's a 12-month rolling average. We're talking about month to month
Mhm.
for the max,
So if you exceed in any 1 month,
with some exceptions, right? We're going to give, yeah, if it happens 1 month, right?
Mhm.
You have a leak, you have,
Right.
something happens, we're not going to start the process of upsizing your meter at that point. You basically get a warning, hey, you're outside of your capacity class that you downsize to, and and then go from there. But obviously, if it's a reoccurring issue, then there's the ability to take action to, hey, you didn't really do a permanent reduction in use where you downsize, you're actually just peaking off of the meter there. And so we're trying to avoid some of those issues. And we, to be quite honest, we know we've seen a lot of those issues. We've replaced a lot of meters, even just in the past 12 months. Due to those issues, we want to make sure our meters are accurate. So we want them to be the right size. So those are kind of the factors driving the two changes. Again, lots of discussion at E&O, kind of the reasoning behind it and how we plan to implement it and things like that. But really felt like it really is kind of a equity thing for all of our customers to make these changes. And also just to be clear, hey, this is what our code says. When you come in, if I read my admin code before I come in, I know exactly what I'm up against when if I want to take these actions. So again, if there's any specific questions, we'll take those.
When would this be effective? And then 2, are we going to give the ratepayers 3 months, 2 months to follow what the new ordinance is?
To implement what timeline for implementation?
Yeah. Well, our biggest concern really is going forward, right? Is implementing going forward. But once we change, we really do need to have it uniform across. So our plan was we were going to notice anybody who's downsized. Hey, we've had a change in our policy. This is what it is.
But you're saying downside, because I know there's a couple residents in my district that Tom and I had discussions, and this is where this was brought up years ago, that they have avocado grows and their meter goes 24/7.
Yeah.
And way past the capacity, and
that's a different situation.
It is, and that's kind of the next stage. We're kind of taking a look at those.
But shouldn't that be addressed now?
It's not downsizing. That's really overuse.
Yeah, but I think this is the time because
it is, but there's more complications with that one because there's a lot of different customer classes, the way you actually came into the district. The downsizes are much cleaner. It's basically just, it's based on our policy and an agreement. And so this is kind of the first one. We want to take care of this just to make sure, just we're clean on this one, but that's another thing we have to tackle, but it is a bit more complex.
So this is downsizing only because ag is totally different. Avocados demand different types of watering and all that and other.
Sure.
So if this is only downsizing, but I believe you have a question.
Sorry. My 2-inch meter. My 2-inch meter went in 1958. I bought my property in 1994. I still have a 2-inch meter. Hydraulically, I do not need a 2-inch meter. My flow rates, I even came years ago and said, I can do this with a 1-inch. In 58, 15 by 15 foot spacing, Zutano Grove. And then each micro sprinkler, you can control the flows. But when you have 1,200 of them, it gets, so I got pushback at a 1-inch. I said, come out to my grove. I have 6 different blocks, clock it. It doesn't exceed the specs of the meter. So 1.5 inches is where I need to go to 1.5 inches. I wouldn't go anywhere except for the standby charges or, $780 a month right now for standby. It's, I'm not driving a new Ferrari. So there's a lot of moving parts on the ag piece. And the other thing was, capacity fees. And then there was kind of an austere things. If you wanted to go back
I downsized to 1.5 inches and I wanted to go back to 2 inch. So there's no credit for downsizing on capacity fees. It's just a swap out. But then if you wanted to go back for whatever reason, then we're going to charge you the difference. And that seemed kind of,
Not exactly. The way it's written here is basically you actually needed that capacity. So when you go back, it's the lesser of the two. If you can repay the O&M charges that you bypass for the downsize.
well, like I said, in 1958, when everybody's got 2 inch meters, because meters were $100 and there was no capacity fee.
Yeah.
You know, even in 94, when I started, water was $300 an acre foot or something like that. You know, I'm just saying there is a lot. And since 60% of your revenue is ag, and I don't have a house there, it's just ag. And sounds like my application has been sitting in my inbox for a while. Maybe I ought to pull the trigger. Or don't change the meter, just bill me for 1.5 inches and figure out, so we don't have to physically change meters, just administratively. I don't know how that would
No
work.
discussion. You did.
I did,
Yeah.
but I mean, but there, there's other ways to
Yeah.
monitor. Flow rate is what's taking your meters
Right.
down.
It is.
It's not the amount of water that you go through, the fact that it's going 24/7. If
Yeah.
you're within the spec for the meter, that shouldn't be a yardstick.
Correct. And certainly we're not trying to discourage downsizing. If you've made a change on your property, you went from 2 zones to 6 zones and you water 18 hours a day instead of 9 and you demonstrate that for a period of time, you're eligible for downsize. And we're not trying to discourage that. It's just it's the flip flop back and forth. And we end up with meter sizes that are meters that are inappropriately sized, whether they're too large or too small. And we're trying to, the best we can, we're trying to get that in the right spot. And again, it's equity among our customers, right? You're paying fixed charges based on your size of your meter. So we're trying to be equitable across. God, we'd be broke.
Yeah. So we're both broke.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, understand. Yeah. Understand. So that's what's in front of you.
Any additional questions? This requires a roll call vote because it's an ordinance.
I do have one question. Downsizing. We are, as a district, becoming more apparent residential
Mhm.
only and ag. And that's when it gets tough.
Mhm.
Because with ag, it's trying to balance that water use effectively, when to water, when not to water, to keep the trees or whatever alive. So, but it's for both, correct? For
For
downsizing.
everybody.
Yeah, it's just a
Everybody. Okay.
downsize policy. Yeah.
It's basically based on your use.
Yeah.
If your use is such that it doesn't require a larger meter, then you can downsize.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in that gray area where you're right on the edge, you probably don't want to do it.
Right. And I do see crews out there, and sometimes they'll stop and say, well, we're changing a meter.
Rick,
And-
did you? The meter sizes are based on a monthly maximum number of units of use.
But your flow rate's down. Yeah.
Okay. It's still a big bill.
And I understand, I've been to something great.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that's easy enough. You know, some, like if I were to come in and argue for a smaller meter, here's the hydraulic. I can always think like builders,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. No, no, and not incorrect. I mean, when we're talking about meter damage, you're right. It's more about that instantaneous flow. But when we're talking about how the capacity charges are calculated, it is that volume. And so when you're exceeding that, you're basically moving yourself into another capacity class. So that's really what we're talking about. And again, that's why that was back to Director Mack's question when we're talking about kind of existing customers and exceeding maximum flow rates. That's kind of a different animal. It is more difficult to, because it's meter by meter. You have,
And
there's
period by period, it's temporal.
it is. And so it's a little bit more, it's a bigger bite at the apple and requires a little more, it's going to require something a little more detailed to get through that.
Unless your meters measure flow rate as well as a parameter.
Yeah.
And, I don't think they do either.
I wanted to.
You can take the readings, you can take 90 days of readings. You can go out, take 90, and it's what, 15-minute data or?
30 days of data.
But it's every 15 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I actually wanted data off the meter. We don't have the capability to push that data out to, I think that if we wanted to, we would have to go to them, download it. And my meter's gonna remember it.
Yeah.
You can get a flume.
He has a
records the flow.
wireless connection out the.
I have a question because this was discussed at E&O and ratepayers are present as volunteers. Clint, you mentioned in your report that they were fine with this. That I heard you say that was okay.
Yes, and we did not have any significant discussion about changing what the conditions are for having a certain size meter. I don't think that discussion was held at E&O at all. We took that as a given, and I think what we wanted to do was to hopefully put some guardrails up
Mhm.
so that people are not flip-flopping every time a home changes ownership or some, flip flop back and forth. And also to make sure that the department is not internally bearing the financial burden of a homeowner's choice, whether it be a good choice or a bad choice, that homeowner needs to pay for that choice so that the ratepayers are not taxed for that homeowner's choices.
Yeah.
By having the money come out of, it's a pay-as-you-go system. It's basically what we're talking about here.
Thank you for that input. I would like to make a motion that we approve option 1.
So there's a motion to approve option 1. I'll second that motion. We have to have a roll call vote.
Director Johnson,
Aye.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Townsend Smith,
I have to abstain.
Director Hamilton.
I vote in favor.
Motion carries 3-1 with Director Townsend Smith abstaining.
So the motion carries.
Yes.
The ordinance carries. By the way, you need a ordinance 24-XX. Needs to have a specific ordinance number.
Thank you.
Okay, information items, operations report.
Anything to note?
Nice report.
Already done? Short and sweet?
Yep.
Engineering report?
We provided a written report. The only thing that has changed since, because this is for the previous month, the Dentra de Lomas pump station has been delivered to its site. Pumps and motors are in, roof is set, so all three buildings are now at each site.
Excellent.
Administrative services?
Nothing to add other than we'll see everybody next Wednesday for the ribbon cutting, I hope.
And finance report?
A couple things to note. One is, so you'll see in the report our actual numbers through June, so the full year for the last year. Those are unaudited and we're still doing year-end closing entries. So the numbers will change a little bit. But I think you get the picture by looking at them. The other one is you'll see in the staff report a new graph. I worked hard on that graph, but you can criticize it all you want.
That's the one I didn't understand.
So that graph is intending to try and capture sort of a historical up to current look at where our cash balances are compared to the new target policy. It's black looking one.
Oh, here.
And so some of it should look familiar from when we did the reserves policy, but showing where our target levels are and then where we are currently and then where we've been in the last few months. So I'm just highlighting that one to give you a quick visual look at how we're doing overall with our cash position. And so that's intended to be helpful. If you have any feedback after you have a chance to look at it, let me know, because that's the goal, is to be helpful.
How was the month of July in sales?
Oh, that, you gotta wait for the GM report for that.
No, we don't have that.
Yeah,
Okay, anything else, Rick?
That's it.
Okay, reports and comments, legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did a written report and an update on a recent United States Supreme Court decision, and it's a helpful decision for water districts and other agencies regulated by the federal government, even private parties subject to federal regulation. This decision from the Supreme Court limits the rulemaking authority of federal agencies by clarifying when they go through the rulemaking process to make new rules. And in this case, they were dealing with the EPA's process for making new air quality standards, which in turn then required the states to establish corresponding implementation plans. It was a close decision. It was a split 5-4 decision, but the Supreme Court ruled that the EPA and federal regulatory agencies must provide what they call a reasoned response to public comments. And then if they don't, the impacted parties can basically move to have the rule considered void or unlawful. And in this case, there were a number of public comments received from interested parties, and the EPA didn't directly respond to them. The court said that, they sidestepped these comments that didn't appear in the final rule. And so, this decision is essentially the latest in a trend we're seeing from the federal government, really led by Chief Justice John Roberts, to limit the scope of federal regulation. Probably remember the prior attorney report I did not too long ago on the Chevron doctrine, where they, wiped out, 40 years, 18,000 published cases cited that doctrine, but they say, it's not fair to agencies and other regulated parties that federal government had this deference and they weren't on equal playing field. So similarly here, they're saying, if the federal government is trying to make a new rule, you have to provide with reasonable specificity to public comments, which they viewed as required under the Administrative Procedure Act. And if not, the rule can be deemed void and unlawful. So very helpful decision for agencies. I think will help us get more, reasonable regulations coming down from the federal governments. That concludes my report. Is there any?
How about state?
This one only is for the
Only
federal
federal?
government for now. Yeah. But there's already been kind of discussion of different states to have something that would mirror that, but it's just federal because it was specifically related to the Administrative Procedure Act, which is a federal piece of legislation.
Thank you, Alfred. General Manager's report.
I'll keep it short, but to answer your question, first one on my list, July water sales were up about 20% from previous July. Previous July was very low. So it's still, if you look back 2 years, we're still below, what it was 2 years ago. But up 20% from last year. August stayed pretty warm too. So we imagine, there's some sales there. Last year we had Hillary and some other things that happened in August. So anyway, up a little bit this year. Chad mentioned it, but I was just going to say, we're kind of crunch time on these pump stations. Everything's starting to come together. One of the stations is kind of very near final, the Rancho Amigos pump station, and Lilac and Dentro are coming along pretty good, nicely too. I think we're basically still on schedule at this point. Still a couple of hurdles left to go. One agency that we've got to deal with to get the power out there that we're still, we're pushing on. But anyways, everything we can control is actually going really well. Contractors really performed on this job. And yeah, I think it's been rare in the last few years to have any construction contract that's actually on time and pretty well within budget. So we've had a couple change orders, but they're mostly driven by us for timing, right? To make sure that timing was accelerated, because we know that what that means. So that's good. Yeah, lots of good news there. Crop swap, we already mentioned, we're up to 33 projects. And there was another, I think 21 applications that were somewhere in the process. And that was as at the end of July. So we haven't got an update actually in a while. But 33 approved projects, a little over $400,000 in funding reserved. And like Carlene said, which was a nice to, there is some reinvestment going on, right? The avocado rootstock upgrades and those kind of projects are going on. So it's good to see that people are using that program. And again, we're kind of way out in front as far as the funding goes. I think, Fallbrook had a pretty good share though too. They've had some projects come in and I think they're a little over 200,000. And so it's been a popular program. We actually have on Thursday meeting with Eastern, and they asked to have us present some of these, programs and things that we've been doing. So we get to kind of tout some of those programs that we're trying to do to help the agricultural community and do everything we can to get that money out there for them. So anyway, so that's on Thursday. We're actually presenting up at Eastern. I guess that's it for.
Question on the crop swap. Can we exceed our limit? Is that possible?
Well, the way it works, we've actually already exceeded our reserve amount. So we had a $200,000 reserve amount. So each agency had that. Beyond that 200,000, there's another I think it was like 1.7 million. That's first come, first serve. So you start to exceed, you're just basically eating into the
total pot.
Yeah, the total pot at that point. And so, so we're already 200 and some odd thousand into that first come, first serve. But yeah, we could go another, I think, million plus. So there's plenty of money still out there. So.
One of the problems large growth. That's that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's actually something I'm planning on talking about on Thursday is, and it was in good, I think it was, because there's five agencies involved, or maybe 5 or 6 agencies you know, that are all kind of sharing this money. There was a concern that it would kind of, you know, inequitably kind of go to, and so right now what they have is there's a $50,000 cap on the project, right? So that really only allows you to do a few acres at a time, even if you have more than that to do. I think what, you know, what we're really all after is we would like to get more funding, right? We would like to see the Bureau of Reclamation or somebody kind of take that 5 million that the state put in and double it, and then offer it on a grander scale. I think that's the idea. Sure. Mhm.
This year, you know, crop was kind of small last year.
Yeah.
Probably more dollars.
Mhm.
It's like going to. But. So. Or all this concern about. Countries are taking.
Hmm. Yeah.
I've had this discussion.
Yeah. Escondido.
Zero.
There's a lot of people who don't know. Right, you know, when water is operating. Disconnect, a lot of money floating around.
Yeah.
We focus on trying to generate more revenue.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, board reports, Water Authority.
Yeah, not a lot at the Water Authority meeting. They did have a visit from the Metropolitan GM and board chair. So lots of talk about collaboration and, you know, things like that. And they gave an update on, you know, Met's going through this what they call their Camp for Water process, which is climate action management plan. Really, they're looking at, you know, what projects do we need to build to meet, you know, certain scenarios, certain demand scenarios and things like that. And they're looking at their business model, and there's all kinds of things tied into this process. But I don't think they're not very far along. They're still working on decision-making tools and things like that. But they gave an update on that too. One item of note was I did find out last week that that MWD was named the prevailing party in the litigation with San Diego County Water Authority. So it is appealable, but if that ruling stands, what it means is MWD could recover their legal costs for the decades-long litigation that's gone on. So it's yeah, so probably a pretty significant cost there. No indication on what the, you know, what the plan is there, but that was a ruling that came out. Yeah, I think it was last Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, San Francisco court. And so that's some news.
Did they ever finalize their rates?
They did. They did. They did initial, I think we talked about that. They did the initial 4-ish%. And then, well, the total when it was all said and done, 14 was 14. So, and then it's 14 this year, 16 for January 126, 14% on January 125, 16% January 26.
CSDA.
We have a conference in September up in Indian Wells. And I would like to invite all who are attending to join us at the Finance Core Board meeting on Tuesday afternoon. It is public. It's open to the public. So I invite all of you to please come see what we do.
I'd like to mention also the CSDA had a quarterly meeting last week. It was the guest speaker were the San Diego Community Choice. They are what you call it, secondary, I guess, alternative to SDG&E. I didn't even know we had a choice to choose electric companies. And there was one water district mentioned. They go back and forth from SDG&E and this company, whoever has the best rates at that time. I didn't even know you could even do that.
Not easily, but if you've got a staff to watch it and do it, you can.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they're very adamant. They're looking for
Our projects.
yes,
Yeah.
small project, but I don't really know how mega. Who knows? But they want to do small they're looking for small projects. Maybe that's something we can consider.
I reached out to him.
Oh, good.
you did?
And yeah, I mean, this was a good one. Again, when you learn something, again, I didn't even know we had a choice of going to another electric company. So, but yeah, that's it.
So you've talked to him? On the conference, CSDA conference, I don't know if anyone else got it, but I got an invite to a vendor presentation dinner on the 19th. That has to-
19.
I thought it's September 9th, maybe in 9th.
Maybe the 9th.
I don't know, this was for the local power generation.
Mm.
Anyway. Might be interesting to try to get somebody to cover it. I'll forward it to everybody.
Okay. Thanks.
LEFCO,
LAFCO did meet in August, long discussion. They're finalizing a MSR Oceanside area. And so, but includes like the Harbor District, some small CSDs, City of Oceanside. And so it was a very, very long discussion, some stuff about sewer services and then the harbor. There's a big discussion on that because I think there was maybe a recommendation to potentially, have them part of the city, like they would be a wing of the city. So a consolidation of sorts. So I think there's lots of discussion on that. They are moving it forward to a public hearing, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that at this meeting. So it'll be a future, another future item. But I think there's been lots of discussion on that. Also, they did appoint their alternate public member. You remember the openings were kind of right. And so Bridget Browning, involved with labor down in Chula Vista, and involved with different labor groups. Yeah. So that she's the new alternate public member.
Do we know who won?
Joe McKenzie.
She won.
Yeah.
she won. Close or?
I don't know. I don't know what the percentages were. We just got the notice that she had been reelected.
Okay. Santa Margarita River. I never can get that. River Watershed Water Master Steering Committee did not meet, will not meet until October.
Aqua has upcoming their fall conference, and it's going to be December 3rd through the 5th in Palm Desert. I think 3's for the flyer. Yeah, so that's on that.
For Aqua too.
Okay.
Several of us, Carlene and Rick, myself and Carly attended the Region 9 Building the Future Water Workforce Development Solutions. I felt it was very worthwhile for those who attended.
It's great.
Yeah.
Good program.
Very good. Establishing a multi-generation pipeline of employment.
Committees, workshops and seminars. We just heard about one.
Well, okay.
I don't want to hear a repeat. Thank you.
I have more,
Oh,
but
okay.
everybody's waiting. Let's see. I attended a webinar on, Rick, I believe, was in attendance this as well, on urban water use objective. Very informative. So. There you go. Want to say anything about that, Rick?
Oh, it's the new making conservation a way of life regulation that's being implemented currently. It's incredibly complex and we're still sorting through what we have to do. Generally, our understanding is we won't have to reduce our usage as part of the target, but there's lots of other requirements that come with this, reporting requirements and these kinds of things. So that's what we're sorting through now.
So it's for urban use, or we're excluded as a rural?
Our agricultural only use is excluded, ag domestic is included, and that's where it gets complicated, especially for us being a mixed service area.
And there's another part 2 on how to implement.
Oh.
Coming up in the future.
Oh, really?
It's huge.
Any other committee workshop or seminar or training reports? Board member comments and requests to attend upcoming meetings and conferences or seminars?
I'd like,
Actually, we're missing something, aren't we?
Director's comment.
Director's
Yeah,
comments.
director's comment.
Yeah.
Three,
It's fine.
I apologize.
okay.
Patty?
I can just take this up with Jake or something.
Okay. I
Already
mean,
took it up with Hayden, but maybe it could be on our next agenda. It has to do with polluting our water with PFAS because of artificial turf. And I haven't been up on this because we redid our front lawn, but with rocks and stuff like that. So yeah, now the trend is like maybe taking that stuff out. And do you
Putting
need a
putting grass
hazmat
back.
crew? I mean, this gets interesting. I'll just give it to you and maybe you can research it.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to get rid of your artificial grass and achieve a real California lawn. And it's polluting our water. There used to be those programs where if you took your grass out,
Yeah.
you got.
There's still those programs.
And
Yeah.
so I'm thinking maybe Rainbow has to put the brakes on that because why would we want to be putting stuff in that we know is polluting our water? Yeah.
Yeah.
those turf removal programs too, they usually didn't fund artificial grass, the artificial turf.
Mhm.
They used to, no longer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, they used to.
yeah.
I have a director comment outside of that. I had the pleasure, Jake, Division 1 has the 3 new pump stations, so I was able to visit all 3 of them. Very well done, very impressive. And so thank you to the GM for taking me to see them in the
Pleasure.
different locations. And I just say, we're ready for the detachment as soon as possible.
Way down south.
Partially, yes. I guess it depends on the season. Depend on the season, but yeah. Right,
Summer, yeah.
right. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good. We do have some backup power at a portion of the station, so we would be able to keep water going. They were outfitted with space for the other one was outfitted for space for a generator. So we're talking through those things now if we want to post up a trailer mount or something like that to make sure we could keep the pumps on. Yeah.
So we do have the ability to pull a generator in there and hook it up if we need to.
There is a space there for it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pump that we put
That's a
there.
pump, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pump, so it pumps right from Weiss into that tank, so that's always still an option.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know. No,
No, it's more the water authority putting up a roadblock there. No, we've looked at, had discussions with Oceanside to actually put a permanent pump in connection into Weiss, and the water authority has been an impediment to that. Weiss and Oceanside.
I think the deal was
I
pretty,
don't think
I think the
here.
deal was pretty well done. It was, yeah, it was just, it needed to sign.
There,
off by
there
the
was a
water authority.
temporary one, but we've been to from permanent one. Years, yeah. Yeah. Well,
It actually is somewhere. It was in the,
It's
yeah,
deep in there, but it's there.
right.
it's on a hold, it's in a holding pattern.
Yeah.
We were moving forward with that even prior to detachment, and the water authority kind of told Oceanside, don't go there.
We're hopeful. We're
Yeah.
hopeful.
Common sense says it should go through eventually, but common sense never won an election. Any other board members or comments or suggestions? Upcoming conferences or seminars?
Yeah, I'd like to go to the Aqua one on December.
That's automatic.
5th.
You don't need approval.
But Therese, remember, I gotta go the day before, remember, for JPIA.
So.
Yes.
Do we need to approve that, Therese?
Mhm.
I believe that's in the admin code
Mhm.
Yeah.
for approval.
Listed suggested items for the next regular board meeting.
I heard today about 2 things, and I don't know if it should go to the board, but possibly our volunteer committees. One is to look at our fixed costs to see as we merge to Eastern, possibly we can have a reduction for the ratepayers on that, maybe a conversation at budget and finance possibly, or how, whatever you decide. The other was the concern of the water quality, that there's a high percent of chlorine in that, and that is very hard on our avocado trees. So just to see what's going on with that to help our ag,
Yeah.
on
it's-
that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where you would like to put these, but that was something I heard today in the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk through those things.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? It's now 3:10. We'll adjourn to closed session, but we'll take a 15-minute break.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sir. You're good to go.
Resuming the open session for the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for August 27th, 2024. Coming out of closed session. General Counsel, do we have anything to report?
Oh,
Is your mic on?
yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there is one reportable item. The board authorized the dispute resolution process for a professional services agreement with Corpro regarding the cathodic protection project on Rainbow Valley Road. And that concludes the closed session reportable items.
Thank you very much. We are